Hello, goblins. Welcome to another stream with the aptly dubbed Wheel of Misfortune. Every act, we spin this wheel. And we then have to live with the pain. We are currently we are currently in Act 5 of normal difficulty. And this is our current rule set. No combat skills, no cube outside of quests, no trading at vendors. That does not include gambling or repairing. Those are their own rules. But no buying gear, no selling gear, no buying potions, no buying scrolls, no buying keys. No rare gear. That stings. It's especially gonna sting later. And then when we entered Act 5, we increased the player setting by 2. So now we are on players 3 for the rest of time, even against the ancients, act bosses, and everything. Sorry, time to hit the Pepsi already. Now, I was watching yesterday's stream back myself, and I found that the game volume was way too loud compared to the voice. So, you know, feel free to call that out if it happens today as well. Good morning, good morning. 4 a.m. Central Canada. I appreciate you being up for this, or maybe you were up anyway. Wheel of the worst. Hello everyone, tjenare Kra. Another stream? Yeah, I know, right? Don't get too used to it though. I'm not gonna stream every day forever. It just happened that way this week, because I didn't stream on Monday. And then tried to catch up. The Diablo fight was really intense. Another day, another Zarfen. My Twitch chat, I'm disconnecting and reconnecting to my Twitch chat like every 10 seconds. So I hope my chat is not broken over there. But welcome to all Twitch goblins as well. I hope it works now that I'm actually live. Thank you guys. I'm glad you appreciate the stream streak. It's been really fun. This challenge has been really fun so far. And you know, streaming is a lot of fun. So I don't mind. So let's start by killing... Just gonna double check I hid the wheel and everything. Yeah, the game looks good. Alright, let's get going. Recording. Yes, I am. Hey, Miss Lips and everyone else. Hello, hello. A 24/7 streamer. Well, that's a little bit extreme, I think. 24/7 streamer. You can notice the players 3. Eldritch should not be this tanky. But it's fine. Experience should be good. We are only level 24, actually. The sound is good. Alright, thank you, Johannes. Thank you. I'll have to watch this when I get home. Good luck, Zarfen. The suffering somewhat manageable. Oh, thank you. I'll see you in a few hours then, or whenever you get off. Hey, TTD. Alright, thank you, TTD. I was excited when you lost combat skills. Yeah. I mean, That's probably its own challenge, but doing a barbarian with like only the basic attack, no war cries, only masteries. Well, maybe not the barbarian is not the most fun, but like there is a passive skills only character out there that could be pretty fun. Like only the basic attack, and then you have to just try to make your basic attack as good as possible with passives. Though I guess the Amazon might be a better passives only character. Ooh, amulet. Speaking of the Diablo fight, not only was the Diablo fight intense, we got some really good loot from the Diablo fight as well. Yeah, right now players 3 is actually pretty good. Like, for the farming session, having players 3 is actually pretty nice. Though I would personally have preferred to not have it, you know, since I have to keep it until into Nightmare and against all the bosses and everything. And I don't even want to think about hell on players higher than 1 with this character. But let's not, you know, how do you say, count our chickens before they hatch or something. 1 socket. Halberd is such a nice base too. 3 socket Flamberge. It is a pretty fast two-handed sword, but if we are relying on open wounds, which we kind of are right now, the base damage doesn't really matter. So even if I were to two-hand this for more damage, well, right now 33 ED on this. I could be decent, but I actually don't think we are a base damage type of character. Yes, we are under-leveled, I agree. So starting with some level and gold farming seems like a good idea. The gold farming is certainly a lot harder when you can't sell loot. I'm looking forward to finishing this quest for the Rune rewards. Can finally make that Ancient's Pledge. And then I'm also looking forward to saving Anya for the resistances. 3 resistances sounds pretty awesome to me. Alright, I just gave Emilio a rejuve. I just internalized that, hey man, you have like 4k gold in the bank. Find potion. Right. Well, I think I have a decent amount of potions, or actually I used like all of them against Diablo actually. My thinking is that we will probably end up farming a lot. So I'll have time to find potion when I need it. Years of shout training wasted. Wah! The problem is that they last 35 seconds. So at that point it almost becomes like, if I rely on battle orders with such a short duration, I mean I know I'm gonna forget to keep it up at some point. And then relying on it at all seems a little dangerous with such a short duration, because then it might run out at a bad moment. Ooh, Lochaberax. Ooh, actually 5 strength, that can go to the stash. The problem with this is I can't really do anything with it. Grim Ward Reminder, oh man, this guy has too many skills. Like this is my point is that this is an exceptional level polearm, but I can't really do anything cool with it anyway, since I can't cube it, I guess I could imbue it, but well, actually I don't have the imbue quest for normal anyway. Gotta use socket quests smartingly, yeah, for sure. Gonna really have to use the resources we do have to the most. Hey Dangarto. 3 days in a row. Yeah. But Fridays are, if there's one day of the week that is, you know, the real Zarfen streams day, it is Fridays, right? And usually Mondays, but so far after summer I have been pretty bad at streaming on Mondays. Doing a little bit of backtracking to ensure that I haven't missed a cage. Could be one here, perhaps. Doesn't look like it. Nice, 25. Well, there is no doubt where the points are going currently. We're going all in on battle orders. At some point we're gonna reach like a 3-minute duration, then I might be able to remember remember it. Yeah, I saw a comment about having good stuff on the wheel, and there's been a lot of suggestions about how to change the wheel to make it, you know, both not as punishing and also more interesting. I'm personally not that interested in making it easier, but there are some rules that could perhaps be formulated differently to make it more interesting. But I'm not gonna change the wheel mid-run. But this is a very repeatable format, so I think we would end up making some like the same run again in the future. And then we can consider changes to the rule. But like, I don't think that the fact that we are stuck with terrible rules is bad. I think that is, you know, it makes it a very unique run. I do not want to add something that allows me to take away the rules. If anything, the only thing I could think about that you know, would be acceptable to me, that would be to like make a deal with the devil. You are allowed to remove one rule, but then you have to roll two new ones or something like that. Oh, a ring. But like there were some suggestions that maybe I should allow myself to remove one rule per difficulty or something, and that I'm not interested in that. That seems like taking away the worst part about the challenge, you know. Good luck, have fun, coffee, cheers. I should have brought a coffee, I only have my Pepsi. I didn't make any coffee before the stream. And I do like a midday coffee. And since I am streaming a little bit earlier, I am like one coffee short of my usual consumption, actually. Well, I should fight more. It's just that I got the I got tunnel visioned on saving the barbarians. But I want to experience max as much as possible. Actually, I have taunt. I don't need to chase this. Ooh, misclick. Wasted 2 very expensive portal scrolls. Oh, here's another one. Maybe I should not have town portal on G and taunt on F for this playthrough. But also, it's changing my hotkeys that I've played with for many years is probably a recipe for disaster as well. Repeating crossbow, you say? 3 sockets. May I have 3 sockets, please? 2 sockets. Though, with how many good rune words there are for me that uses an M rune, I'm not sure when I would prioritize making edge. And also Barbarian. You guys don't seem to think Barbarian is real. Maybe adjust I forget the word. Maybe you're right. If you really hate yourself, you can do it again, but spin the wheel once per waypoint. Ooh, yes. Well, then I would need to add more rules. Not only because I would literally run out of rules, but also because that's a little rough. Then there would probably need to be a slightly easier challenges. Yes, that is correct. We add another rule every act. I have made the rules up, but they are randomly selected. If I do roll a Barbarian, or sorry, if I do find a Kuko Shakaku, it's gonna be tough to resist the Barbarian dream. I could resist the Ravenclaw, because that's such a low level fire arrow. But the Kuko Shakaku is such a much better bow. Like both base damage, and I also think the exploding arrow it shoots is higher level, though not 100% sure. Oh, I have saved them all already. In that case, let's move on. I think I will have a better time farming experience in the caves. Or actually, maybe the next area. I forget what it's called. But this was so annoying with the only imps. Or, yeah, they are called imps. Imps and rascals and crush beasts. Actually, the faster cast rate on this makes potion potion horking significantly, like noticeably faster. That's pretty nice. A neat little bonus. Without combat skills, a Barbarian makes sense. I mean, this would be the run to do it, I guess. But the problem is masteries. If this was like a ranged mastery instead, I would be interested. Arreat Plateau, yes, that's the name. Not sure why I blanked on that. And now we have to suffer due to the fact that Deckard Cain is in a worse position offline than he is online. I'm a bit surprised they didn't move Deckard Cain also in single player for Resurrected. But maybe they didn't think there would be people who cared that much. Alright. I mean, the tower shield has higher block, but a lot higher strength requirement. I think well, maybe I need 2 strength charms. But actually, Rel, Wart, Tal. Ta-da! Wow, look at those resistances. And we don't even have natural resistance unlocked yet. Alright, I'm just glossing over the fact that, yeah, we found Steel Driver from Diablo. And the Impaler as well. 2 really good unique weapons. Well, the potion stash is looking alright. So I'm not gonna bother, you know, too much about that right now. And now I think I can throw the chipped skulls away. We think find item could be worth. Yeah, maybe. The problem is that it's kind of mana expensive. Especially, I had a ring with 23 mana, but I lost it because it was rare. And now I have 34 mana. It's gonna be so mana costly, and it's only a 18% chance. So then I would ideally put more points into it, which I don't really feel like I can afford to right now. And also, you can't find potion and find item on a body. So it would be good, but I don't think it's worth it right now.
Afternoon.
Though, right, I can't sell. Good thing I remembered. Ooh, 7k. Well, that should be 1.5 resurrections of Emilio now. Ooh, finding chance cards and Goblin Toe. Yeah, Goblin Toe would be amazing for this run. Crushing blow on the boots? Yes, please.
Thanks.
You know what? I didn't do a gear check at the start of the stream. You can find a link to my current gear. If you're watching live, you can find a link to my current gear at the top of each chat. But for VOD viewers, we're using Malice in a flail. Dusk Deep, very nice defensive helm. 7 all damage reduction, 15 all res. Arctic's First combined with Arctic's Binding. A 14% magic find amulet with replenish life +5, which completely cancels out drain life -5 on this, which is nice. The Ancient's Pledge we just made. Cold Dress, Magic Find Boots. Another replenishment ring. Cathan's Seal. The gloves, yeah, I should start picking up gloves, even magic ones, and just see what, you know, identify them, because I could definitely use a pair of better gloves. These at least have resistances. Another day, another stream. Yep. Though, I guess a fair point about find item versus find potion, yeah, like you pointed out, if I have full mana and I'm not actually using find potion, I might as well use find item on some enemies. Like that was maybe 100 extra gold. Which might end up, you know, mattering over time. So I could do with some more potions in inventory right now. War sword. Ah, maybe. Who knows? Remember to fight stuff. Right. Thank you. It's so hardwired into my brain to skip most of Act 5, because usually I am a higher level already, and a lot of the time I have spent a bunch of time at Eldritch at this point. Yeah, the experience is really good from, you know, random normal enemies, so I should definitely fight more. Oh wow, why am I so fast? I don't think I've ever been... What? I had no idea that could happen to me. Oops, now Emilio died. I've never been, like, cursed by this before. I didn't even know it could happen. Is that a bug? That has never happened to me before. Also, rip headphone users. These enemies are so loud for whatever reason. I just got so completely taken off guard by being frenzied or whatever the skill is called from the Overseer. Well, that worked out. Unfortunately, it was expensive because Emilio died. Yes, I am playing on players 3 right now, so it is players 1 by default, and then plus 2 becomes 3. Well, I'm gonna have to revive Emilio eventually, so I might as well do it now, because he does help out quite a lot.
Afternoon.
So I showed off some cool weapons in the stash just a second ago. The problem right now is that we can't use them. Neither of us, because they are require level 29 and 31. Actually, Gladius is so much better. 8 to 22 fast, 8 to 22, 8 to 20 fast, but a lot higher requirements. Should introduce some punishment when Emilio die. Exactly, 5k gold punishment is definitely punishment enough. Usually it's not a big deal, but right now it's awful. So I mean, actually, even if we do get to keep Emilio for the long term, how am I gonna cough up like 40 to 50k gold for each revive in hell? That seems very hard to do. Imperial, 1 socket. Yeah, so basically what I can use my gold on is Emilio or mercenaries in general. Ooh. Well, their rolls are a little bit low, but max damage, attack rating, and fire damage. Look how much this does to my total damage numbers, like adding 20 max and 100 attack rating. Let's go! Oh, thank you, Babfu, for the super chat. Hi Zarfen, started a little soy grind earlier today. First unique ring, Manald. 70 rounds later, a stone of Jordan. You lucky son of a gun. Good luck today, like your content. Oh, thank you so much for the super chat. Though you... Whoa, Emilio almost died. Though you could have kept your soy luck to yourself. Just kidding, of course. I have not found a single Stone of Jordan in Diablo 2 Resurrected. And I have made like... I think I made 3, you know, full-on 1000 Magic Find Run videos. Not for Nightmare on Dariel, though, to be fair. And plenty of other... No, I've done 5 1000 run videos, and then, you know, a bunch of other grind videos and playthroughs, and not a single Stone of Jordan. So I am jealous. What level are you? I am 26 currently. Now it almost lasts a full minute. Should be able to keep up with that, at least in theory. Thank you, NJ. Glad you like my content. Appreciate the kind words. Ooh, antidotes and thawing potions. Inventory management is becoming a problem once again. And this is with a full stash tab already reserved for this character. Good morning or good day, Straylow. Hello. Did I miss a barbarian helm? I did. If I'm having trouble keeping battle orders up, you're not gonna see me carry around buff weapons in my inventory. Maybe on my weapon switch, so maybe I should actually identify javelins and throwing weapons, or weapons in general, to look for +2 war price.
I am overburdened.
I mean, it's not a lot. Well, let's do it like this. Let's replace that one with a slightly better one. I think that's better than the scale mail that we have. If we're gonna put it on a mercenary. If you get a blood letter that gives plus to whirlwind. I mean, blood, that would be fun, right? But I ruled it. I've decided to rule it. Ooh, I've decided to rule it so that all skills in the tree are banned. But hold on, light gauntlets. Is that Arctics? Or is it Irathas? Or can it be both? Yes! That
Good day to you, partner.
stupid luck getting 3 pieces of one set on this run and not on a set only run. Thank you, Paul, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Goblin gang. Alright, let's see what we get. 50 extra life, nice. 10 dex, 50 attack rating, and I mean the gloves themselves have 20 life and 10 attack speed. 10 additional cold resist, 15 additional cold resist. Well, it's amazing to find 3 pieces of a 4-piece set on the same run. The nuclear rabbit was in here yesterday joking that I could find the bow and become an Arctic's bow barb. Now we're only 1 piece away. Please don't get the set item, not allowed. Ooh, don't jinx it. Yeah, that would be terrible. Yeah, I mean, with only these 2 pieces, it was looking kind of like, you know, yeah, magic find, cold res, all res. It's good, but maybe not for 3 full gear pieces. But with the gloves, this is looking pretty solid. I mean, I'm so super overstacked on cold res, 151. But that's some nice item luck. Nice. I mean, how desperate do we have to be before we go to try and target farm the Arctic's bow from like normal Mephisto or maybe the cow level. Yeah, that. I mean, I'm not sure how amazing it is long term. But just finding 3 pieces of the same set on a Cellbound run is awesome. And can you be quiet, please? Holy crap, they are loud. Well, that's a lot of text, but it's like increased speed, iron skin, and increased stamina. 2 sockets, but... Well, the iron skin could be good, but the other ones are pretty mediocre, right? I'm making an attempt to keep it anyway, for better or for worse. I could spend a town portal to go to town instead of, you know, drinking potions. But on the other hand, I have plenty of potions right now. Yeah, a 2-socketed helm on its own is pretty good because you can put 2 like Rel or Rel-esque runes into it. The plan is to go to hell. But we'll see. I'm not gonna make any promises. Though that is a good point, TTD. Is the cow level allowed if I can't use the cube?
I can't carry anymore.
It's not a quest, really, right? So I unfortunately don't think I am allowed to go to the cow level.
I can't carry anymore.
Well, to be fair, how much of a pain would it be to go to the cow level with a super weak melee barbarian with no AoE? So maybe it's not actually that big of a loss, because I'm not sure if we could have made it work anyway. Actually, now I said I was gonna go to town, and let's do it now. I have pretty, well, not that many town portals actually. 65, but this is light. 103, 113, minor improvement. Am I really gonna clear out a third stash tab? I don't think so. I think I can stop caring so much about potions right now. Because unless we roll that stupid rule that we're not allowed to repeat areas, we can just go, if we run out of potions, we can go back to a previous area. Looks good, looks good. At this point, I think I can throw this out. Actually, something like this, even with just 2 diamonds for attack rating, could be big. Or at least it could be medium.
Good evening.
Just for the heals, I guess. I remembered to not buy anything. Ooh, 200 gold. I am not picking up all the gold I really should be. But it's hard to, you know, change the way you play. And why would I ever care about 30 gold on the ground? Well, that was 200 gold, but still. And I'm always running because I'm doing like hit and run tactics. But with 41 chance to block, maybe I should, you know, stand and fight a little more often. Especially if I end up getting a higher defense. Well, now they cursed me, so my defense is lower. 660. 45% chance to defend against the attack, and then 41 to block. Yeah, maybe. Maybe actually we're gonna be a defensive big boy and just stand and tank. And then shout too. Alright, 660 was with shout. Alright. Okay, okay. Starting to see the synergies. Well, I can't resist looking at it. Though actually, right now I'm like fighting a lot to farm experience, but is it maybe better to still do Eldritch farming? Because Eldritch himself should, you know, have a higher potential for good drops than, you know, a frozen creeper. 3 socks? No. You need more potions when we come to hell. Yeah. At that point, it might be 2 stash tabs filled with potions. Throw away all the runes. Glacial Trail. Let's look for... I do really want to save Anya for the resistance bonus. Because now that I've lost rares, it's gonna be tougher to get, you know... You can pretty often get dual resistance on like rare boots, rare belt, rare gloves. But without that, making sure that we have the Anya quests and also eventually natural resistance gonna help. That's gonna help a lot with keeping the resistances high. Ooh, oh, 1 socket. Well, we can start seeing... We are getting some exceptional weapons with sockets now, which is exciting. 3 sockets, 3 to battle orders. Not quite. The problem with find item is that it's so annoying to use. 18% chance, but it costs 7 mana. I'm not saying you're wrong, it's definitely the right thing to do from like a min-max perspective. Well, I can try to do it against like these guys, elites and stuff. Oh right, we're gonna beat normal Baal somehow, so when we beat Baal, we could do terror zones. That's pretty nice. Ooh, double 500 drop. Oh. Man, I need to be even more careful about town portals.
Not enough mana.
But this is how I usually do it. I drop a portal and then I run and look for the waypoint. Well, we still have 10 or 9 now, I guess. Glad to see her still alive. Like me or my character. This challenge is taking a bit of a toll. No, it's fine. I'm having a great time actually playing this. Ooh. Yeah, maybe defense maxing, going for high block, using battle cry. Alright. You know, maxed resistances. And then we have... Maybe Amplisa can come back and save us. At some point. You can spam rejuves more. You are absolutely correct. Especially the small ones. I have so many in the stash as well. Well, that was a clutch rejuve on Emilio. Trying to spread the bleed out. Well, did I beat my enemies before Emilio did? Looks like I did. Maybe he fought more of them. Or well, his attack speed is really slow. Zarfen, I've never played Diablo 2 but gotten hooked on your videos. Very cozy second monitor content. Oh, thank you, Linus. That is actually one of my favorite type of comments to get, because if people who do not even watch the game can enjoy the videos, that is to me like proof that I'm doing what I'm trying to do right. Because I'm not trying to make, guides or, show you my impressive skills. I'm trying to do like entertainment, basically. Like
At your service.
yeah, I'm trying to do, second monitor content that is entertaining. So it always, I mean, I appreciate all the kind comments I get. But that kind is, hits a little bit different. I'm glad you like them. Thank you, guys. You're very kind. Hello, Paladine. Got distracted by a squirrel. The progress is going fine. It's not super fast or anything, but we are making steady progress. And now we're gonna go and save Anya for a buff to our resistances that will actually max out. It will cap every single resistance we have. Well, I'm just gonna go and check my phone. I have it in another room and I'm getting tons of pings. BRB. It was just the group chat stuff. Also, if you have been enjoying the D2 Armory, which is linked at the top of the chat, to see my current gear, Paladine is the one responsible. When when Diablo.run got shut down, Paladine stepped up and made a replacement, which we all can appreciate a lot. So thank you again for that. Anya wouldn't be in this place if she would have had your cold resistant. Yeah, I should have lent her my Arctics kit. Like 50, 65, 75 cold resist just from the gear. Playing without combat skills is of course tough because you don't have any damage dealing skills. But the thing I miss the most is having leap and leap attack to jump over this kind of area. That's by far the most annoying to me. Oh, Nihlathak. We could definitely go to Nihlathak. Spending about half a day watching Zarfen content over the last couple of days. What a weird life we lead. I mean, streaming every day is pretty... It gets a little bit, draining on the vocal cords and stuff, but it has been a lot of fun. Ooh, Emilio. Well, the rejuves came in really clutch for that fight. I forgot what I was going to say, but I'm glad you're all here. And thank you, Anti. 3 times in a row. This has been the best week ever. Oh, thank you. And thank you for your the third super chat 3 days in a row. And let's not forget, battle orders, level 4. Okay, we're getting up there, 629 life. Here we go. I couldn't get my work battle cry off.
Good day to you, partner.
Thank you for 2 months, Carol. Thanks for streaming a few days in a row. I love the content. Waiting for one-hit challenge. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Some news on that. I have started working on the one-hit challenge video. So that is becoming a video finally. Soon-ish. And then, you know, it makes sense to, when I release that video, it does make sense to continue trying to push into Nightmare, right? I don't like to make promises with my content because I change my mind quite often, but you know, it makes sense, I'll say that much. And I know a lot of live viewers would like to see that continued. Drinking whiskey and smoking cigars does wonders for your voice. I bet, yeah. I'll try that next time, surely. Man, there's so much clicking. I'm already tired in my mouse arm. Ah, thank you, Dengarto. Yeah, Arctic set is quite nice. Yeah, the bow is a little lackluster, though in Resurrected it's a lot better when they changed it to... So the cold damage on the bow scales with your level. It's still not amazing, but definitely it's all right now. But, you know, just because we got super lucky and found 3 pieces of one set doesn't really make finding the 4th set any more likely. Pieces of Arctics. At least anecdotally from my experience. Ooh, Gothic plate. Let's continue Vitality maxing for now. No! Right. Not good news. I did give Emilio a redo, but I think I did it too late, so I drank it myself. Or maybe I didn't hold shift down, so I gave it to myself from the beginning. But that was unfortunate.
I need mana.
Or actually, now I'm stuck. Ooh, and enemies here are actually too high level to be scared away by shout, I'm noticing. So we are in a bit of a tough spot. But here the block, the defense and the battle cry is coming in really nice. Coming in really clutch. And the wall preventing me from getting fully surrounded. It's actually, you know, once I started doing challenge runs, it became clear to me how you can use the environment so much in this game. Like, usually you maybe don't have to, like if you're hammered in. But for example, by standing close to a wall, or even better, using doorways to like make sure that you don't fight too many enemies at once, can really change the difficulty of a fight. Well, we made it through, but at what cost? Our good friend Emilio died. And we have been making decent gold in Act 5, but we have spent all of it on 2 Emilio resurrections also, which is not good. And I actually think I'm going to try to rescue Anya without saving Emilio, because I'm afraid Emilio will die to Frozenstein. So then I'm gonna start running a bit again. Uh-oh. Maybe I need Emilio after all.
How may I be of help?
I was hoping to be able to run through that group and then have a bit of an empty part of the map before the boss pack. No changes needed. As soon as you said run, you were asking for death. I did have a plan. Maybe it wasn't a great one. What a fight. Well, Act 5 started out as a breeze, but it feels like our issues have caught up, like our problems have caught up with us ever so slightly. So I'm gonna eat the walkers so they don't respawn.
I need mana.
Not sure if I did it in time. Nom 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 nom.
I am overburdened.
All right. I hope you'll find a cannot be frozen item. Yeah, that would be really nice. Ravenfrost would be amazing. Another halberd. First, what is this? Okay, just a normal one. 2-socket halberd. I think a halberd is stronger than... I think a halberd is stronger than a poleaxe, right? Which is what I have right here right now. 18 to 39, slow. 12 to 45, normal. Yep. Basically, this is a rune word base for Emilio. Though, with the Impaler coming up, maybe we won't be using it. No, I forgot to talk to Mala. Another wasted portal scroll. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Well, in that case, let's make up for the fact that I wasted a portal by saving and exiting the game instead. Phew. What a nice and masochistic challenge you choose. I did, didn't I? Well, that is a very good point, Randy. Find item is basically gambling for free. And if you told me I could gamble for free, I would do it non-stop, right? So why am I not spamming find item more?
You thank Nihlathak. Good morning.
It turns out that the way you convinced me to use find item is to compare it to gambling. Oh, almost sold it. Ding, yellow numbers. Now, since we saved the exit of the game, Eldritch is back, so we can sneak in a little Eldritch farm. I threw away my flawed topazes, but a normal topaz on the other hand, I could be persuaded. Nice. Well, now that I think about it as gambling, I am very tempted to put a second skill point into find item. Does the players +2 reset if you save and exit? It does not. It used to in the original Diablo 2, but in D2R it saves until you manually change it. Oh, thank you, Wedge. Glad you like it. Yeah, this is a really fun one. But yeah, I'm focusing much more about like the story of the run on the videos. Of course, because then I can write the script and everything after the fact. So here's the thing. The only reason why I don't put, you know, my one remaining skill point is that once I hit level 30, I will want battle command. Natural resistance, possibly also war cry, though that is quite mana expensive, so I don't think I should bother with it with the 36 mana pool. But also, you know, another point into battle orders, but that felt really good, so I did it, I guess. And then instead of continuing with the, you know, slowly clear through the act and gain experience that way, now we're gonna farm Pindleskin and Eldritch over and over and work them. Well, Emilio wanted to fight some other zombies, so I'm gonna do the cheap skate TP and go into the Halls of Anguish and back to resummon him. Well, unfortunate shattering of corpses here, but it's fine, probably. Alright, Pindle is always fire enchanted, so he explodes. Didn't think about that. Nice. Ooh, a ring. Actually, we could probably clear all of the zombie guys. It's not gonna take that much longer. Ooh, Town Portal Scroll. I'm loving it already. Oops, now I was too slow with the find item. Another coming back.
I am overburdened.
Who let Zarfen discover Hawking?
Salutations.
You thought you were giving me tips, but now you have put me on a path where there's no turning back. So you're saying that I can get double the loot from every kill? Does it work with magic find on find item? Yes, I believe so. I'm sure it does. Oh, experience shrine. Actually, we should be very careful to not use a superior weapon ever. Seeing this icon, that my weapon is about to be broken. Because that's gonna be way too expensive.
Not enough mana.
To repair. Because superior items have such a massive increase to the repair cost. Are you playing PoE 2 tonight? I am not. I was considering maybe streaming it, but then I realized that it's not dropping until late tonight, my time. And I assume there's gonna be a lot of stress on the servers and stuff, so maybe I couldn't have done it anyway. Oh, I can hork these already without having to fight them.
Not enough mana.
What about the video where I hork every zombie in Pindle's garden 1000 times and do nothing else?
I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore.
This is probably not worth it. I don't get any experience, and also it's not very fun. You know, just going in and horking the bodies.
I can't carry anymore.
Ooh, peasant crown. Well, a war hat, but it could have been peasant crown. Maul. It'll be a server stress test for tonight for sure. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of hype for the 0.3 patch. But I will definitely play the new Path of Exile patch. Still undecided if it will be something that I stream or just play in my own time. Though to be completely honest, if I'm going to ever play it, I probably need to stream it because I am pretty bad at finding, you know, game time outside of video making. 10 hours of barbarian hork sounds to fall asleep to. ASMR channel. 17 defense, 46. Goodbye, Helm. Welcome, Warhat. Also, I should identify it, Kane.
Good day.
People have been asking me for months. And now I'm finally doing it. So apparently 7 magic find was not as good as 5 life replenishment, but 12 on the other hand apparently is. Have you ever done a challenge where you don't repair, so you need to find new items over and over? I haven't done it, but I have considered it. Another YouTuber, the Nuclear Rabbit, did a no gold run, which, you know, that means no repairs. And that looked pretty interesting. No, I would probably frame it as a no, like do a no town run, or like a... I don't really know, no NPC run. I haven't really thought about it, but I have considered a run like that. Very good experience.
A coward's hiding place.
I'm running in deep to make sure that Emilio walks into the actual patio, or whatever this is. Pindleskin's patio. Or I guess there is a roof on, so it's more like a... built-in veranda.
I can't carry anymore.
Already have a 2-socket bone shield. I was gonna identify the glaive, but it's rare. Pindling for uniques. I'm pindling for uniques and I guess experience. So I'm doing Eldritch and Pindleskin runs. I'm not sure how we're gonna do it, but it would also be nice with some lifesteal on the Mercenary. Are you freaking kidding me? Double rare amulet drop. And you know what? I am a sick masochist, so I'm gonna identify them even though I can't use them, just to see what we're missing. Double rare amulet.
Greetings.
Well, at least they weren't great. Actually, 40% extra gold find would have been pretty nice. A lifesteal dual res. Well. And light radius.
Cowards.
Chat's favorite stat. It's good to see that, you know, the thing that unifies Twitch chat and YouTube chat, despite their differences, is their love for light radius. Ooh. Actually, can you Hork Pindle despite him exploding? That looked like a super unique drop.
I can't carry anymore.
Shout, you noob. Never. Actually, let's go to... Actually, first... now I'm using potion, portals. Actually, before we do anything else... Da-da-da,
I can't.
we're gonna give... We have to give it a try, right? Actually, will I ever use the steel access? Yeah, maybe. I do have tear runes and L runes. I can make new steel axes. So let's instead keep the 3-socket double axe, because you never know. Light radius. How hard is it to mod stats in a reverse D2 run? So you start Baal and end up by facing a terrifying Bloodraven. Oh, like, so you reverse the stats, so Bloodraven is the hardest. I have no idea. Man, that's a nice damage, even with no combat skill. Pretty mean looking damage. We could we could socket this by Larsuk, but I think that a shield is gonna be necessary for a very grindy run, potentially. So I'm not ready to commit a socketing quest, actually. But it is tempting. Oh, it's... What are my resistances now? Yeah, they did drop a fair bit, but they're still decent. But definitely not maxed, like with the shield Ancient's Pledge setup. Okay, let's see if this works at all. Well, I am like two or three-shotting the minions. I mean, this is pretty nice. I'm dealing damage, actually. Of course. Ooh, Berserker's Arsenal, or Berserker's whatever it's called. 1 to Barbarian skill levels. Well, the Berserker set sucks ass, but I think we can afford to keep it in the stash, just in case. Just in case what? I have no idea. I don't really see any world where we use multiple pieces of that set. And I also don't really see a world where +1 to barb skills on the armor is the best option. But it's also hard to throw away Berserker's Arsenal on a barb run. It's our only plus skills. It is, but what does that do for me? Even if we go for a singer, isn't stealth gonna be better for the run speed and the FCR? Were it while doing find item. I like the way you think, but that's too much work for me.
A coward's hiding place.
If nothing else, this will be a very nice farming weapon, because once we are, you know, strong enough to consider farming an area, it's nice to be able to rely on damage and not just open wounds and the melee. One-shotting prowlers. Right, let's go and try to kill this guy. Go to 100 Baita. What is the hit chance right now? 78. Lower than I would have liked. Though I can of course use Battle Cry to lower their defense. And that addition doesn't show up in this number. But it does help a lot, minus 50% defense. Zarfen loves to grind, but doesn't like doing anything too complicated like switch gear all the time. Well, if the game was intended to play with like hot gear, like hot swapping gear, you would have a helm switch button, like a helm switch as well. And also, you know, inventory space. Hey, Paladin. Oh, that's true. Dual Spirit. If we farm for a Dual Spirit, then Berserkers might be better for +1 skills instead of stealth. Because then the FCR is well, it might still hit a breakpoint, but it's definitely not as impactful. You know, going from 0 to 25 is much more impactful than going from like 60 to 85. Definitely. Well, the Barbarian has the exact same FCR breakpoints as the Sorceress, right? I do think so. So in that case, there would be a breakpoint at 63. Of course, 2 spirits might not be exactly 30. I just took the average roll. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Whack a zombie. Well, it turns out if you find the steel driver on all your barbarian runs, you don't need skills. Very early to find it from Diablo as well. Oh, Barbarian FCR frames. Alright, so 63 and 105. And 37, I guess, but with spirits, 37 should be a given. Well, it's not guaranteed that we are able to make 2 spirits, because 4-socketed swords are gonna be very tough to get without the cube, right? And I do, well, on the other hand, if we have 1 spirit, I also have the Wall of the Eyeless shield still. Not nearly as good as a spirit sword, but it does have FCR and mana after each kill. Yeah, Steel Driver is so good. Imagine if we had a combat skill going with this.
I am overburdened. I am overburdened. I am overburdened. Not enough mana. I need mana.
You know what? Let's clear out some space. Just becoming the other barb from the other runs, yeah. It's suspiciously a lot like my strength only barb. Well, apart from it not being strength only. And not having Berserk, I guess, or Concentrate, for that matter. Amethyst. I sleep on an amethyst. Alright, if I'm gonna find potion, I could use some health potions, mana potions. Does anyone know the way for level 1, or is it just random? For the first level? Soul Rune, let's go! Nice. Well, this is really good right now, but we do want a Soul Rune eventually. Actually, Ral, Tyr, Tal, Sol, we could make insights. Or one insight. Well, if we find a 4-socket weapon, that is. And we can't do that until Nightmare, unless we waste or use our Larsic quest, I guess. Yeah, that also, burning a socketing quest for a base item feels so bad. You are completely right, it does feel really bad.
I need mana.
But sometimes I think it's the right play to do sometimes, at least on a challenge run. Maybe you can do, maybe it's debatable on like you know, your random character going through the game. Bonk.
Good day to you, partner.
Thank you, Rislas, for gifting a sub to Metal Fingers. Thank you, and welcome, Metal Fingers. To the Goblin Gang. How does Goblin Town sound? Is it a little bit cringy or is it funny? Goblin Town instead of Goblin Gang? Because then you could be the good people of Goblin Town. Instead of the Goblin Gang. Flawless Ruby. Actually, rubies are pretty bad. I was immediately thinking of blood crafts. But of course, I'm not allowed to craft something if I can't use the cube. Broadsword, well, unfortunately this can't be 4 sockets because you can't find 4-socketed items in normal. Since Warcry deals damage, would that be considered a combat skill? No. Combat skills are, you know, this skill tree. The rule that we rolled first was that the 3rd skill tree is banned. So that's the combat skills skill tree. Warcry is definitely fair game. Oh, I'm level 30. Well, in that case, boop, and boop. And now now I have even more skills to cast. But of course, Battle Command is an absolute no-brainer for any character, any barbarian ever. Oh, hold on, I'm gonna walk to safety and read your message, Rislas. Hey Zarfen, already had the Prime subs, hopefully the gifted sub supports you somehow. Oh, thank you, definitely does. Used to play ladder only Detour, but your videos got me to start playing character challenge runs too. Nice. So far the toughest one has been Classic Boazon and Mr. Lama's Ultra Hardcore. Most fun has been the one-shot challenges, but been lazy with it. Alright, nice. I'm glad to get you to do challenge runs. That's such a fun way to play the game. Speaking of Lama's Ultra Hardcore, I was watching him stream that. Well, now it's probably a few weeks or maybe more than a month ago. But that looks like fun to me. That is a really appealing run in my eyes. Now it looks like a real barb. True. No shield and, you know, a flimsy little flail. This is a man's weapon. Whoa. Okay, so I explored the entire... I didn't explore here. I bet it's over here. And I didn't pay close enough attention. Alright, thank you, Rissless. Hälsningar till Finland. More shouts to forget. Exactly. Well, another war cry to forget about. God bless natural resistances. A true passive bonus that you can't forget no matter how hard you try. I guess you can forget to put like an actual point into it, but... No, it's not here. Okay, it can be over here. Where is Grimward? Who designed this class? Why are there so many skills? And now that I finally managed to keep my war cries up, did you notice something else? I completely stopped using find item again. SMH my head.
Not enough mana.
Battle staff. Looking for some mana pots. We got some mana pots. War staff. I already have an 8 walrus one. Bonk, bonk. I don't know how to read this map unless I have the waypoint, so I'm just guessing right now. But once you get the waypoint, the Halls of Pain, you can actually suss out exactly where the next level is. Maybe you can have clues from the rest of the environment, but for me to read it, I need the waypoint. Well, to be honest, I don't really know exactly how it works anyway. I think I know 1 or 2 of the variations, not all 3. Yeah, Nihlathak's areas are pretty annoying to navigate. The once you have the map, it's fine. Ooh, a tail rune. We need that for insight, because I don't think I had another tail rune outside of the one that went into the shield. So that was nice. So now we only need another Ort. No, actually, Rel, Tir, Tal, Sol. Oh, we have the spirit runes, or the insight runes now. If that's what we end up doing with it. So I think, since this is fine, right? So maybe we should, instead of farming more in Act 4, well, we'll finish up Nihlathak for sure, but instead of farming in Act 4, what if we go to Nightmare, ASAP, and farm runes from the countess? I think that would be very good. Very rewarding. Like, we have potential for spirit, we have potential for lore, we have potential for insights. And if we have insight, we could be an insight Bobarb, you're not wrong. But I'm thinking mostly for Emilio, and then we do Prayer Emilio, potentially. Though Insight Emilio is really nice too. If I roll can't repeat areas in Act 1 of Nightmare, we are screwed. But surely that's not gonna happen. Though, did Emilio level up already? That's true. Maybe we do want to get Emilio up to 31 so he can use his new weapon, like I am currently using. Like I have my fancy new maul. Maybe he should be able to have his fancy new spear. That is true. I also have the potential to roll no rune words, so maybe I shouldn't spend like 5 hours grinding the countess for a bunch of good rune words and, you know, expose myself to that rule. Maybe it's better to spread the risks. And there not only are there rules where I have to ban different item classes, I did also include a few rules where I have to, you know, throw away X amount of random pieces of gear. I didn't really think about it before, but Nihlathak might actually be scary.
I can't carry anymore.
Alright, this is the way. He's impressive with a hammer. You should hire him from construction. Message after. He must have worked at the circus. Yeah, it's either or. FCR? Hello? We don't need more cold resistance, right? Caster Barbarian Dream is alive. Though if we're being a caster barbarian, sure we need the spirits probably, or at least one spirit. But won't we also need a gazillion mana potions? Maybe I need to clear out my entire second stash tab and go all in on only on mana potions. Actually, can we eat the bodies before Nihlathak can explode them? Well, we can try. Oh, sorry, I did heal him, but I only healed him with healing potions. Man, what an asshole. Well, this didn't quite work out as planned. Ooh, now my body armor is broken too. His freaking Arctic blast. What the heck? Come on, man. You already lost. Just give up. Ooh, that's a lot of gold, actually. Nice. A little bit closer than I would have liked. Almost ran out of potions, being cornered and, you know, barraged with corpse explosion.
I am overburdened.
Let's save and exit. Save one TP scroll. Let's heal up without buying anything. Well, that gold drop actually made me want to rerun him for gold. If only he had Grimward. Grimward would have been perfect in that exact situation. Holy crap. Well, repairing is getting expensive too, but look at this. 14k gold. I haven't 22k gold in the inventory. I haven't seen such riches in years. Rel. Rel Ter Tal Sol. Insight. We only have one Tal. But didn't we found a Thal rune? Oh, here it is. So we also have Thal, Tal, Thal. But no Ort and no Am. This is potentially an Ort, but of course, I'm not allowed to cube it. 10 FCR ring. Potentially huge. Go gamble, you know you want to. Don't tempt me with my one weakness. I'm actually going to throw away a flawless ruby because I don't see any way I would ever put this in anything. Yeah, that's at least 2 Emilios. Oh, that Fortress Cold Dress amulet can be very helpful if set items get banned. True. Yeah, I didn't think about that. That amulet might have been good in case we somehow lose one of our Arctics pieces, or if we find another armor we want to use instead. That's true, I didn't think about that. Though it's hard to fit items in here already. I think keys are common enough to keep less of them. I do have 3 stacks. Well, I do have 2 stacks. Yeah, that's true. I probably don't need that many keys unless we go to lower cost. But it's good to have a couple of extra Emilios in the bank. Because when we go to the Wellstone Keep and Baal, well, mainly the Wellstone Keep and potentially the Ancients, Emilio could have a tough time. Especially with no life steal, because then he's completely dependent on me healing him.
Not enough mana.
And we have seen before how reliable that is. So I'm 30, Emilio is... we didn't get the glacial place waypoint. Yeah, those are some meaty bonuses. 3-piece. Hello. And I mean, 50 flat attack rating is nothing to sleep on. That, after bonuses, that translates to quite a lot. Now I have less percentage based... now I'm just running and talking. Let me create some space. I do have less percentage-based attack rating bonus than usual. I do have the one from the mastery, but I don't have like another 100+% from a skill. But still very good, very solid to have some flat attack rating. Is this the glacial trail? Yeah, it looks like... No, that might be where we came from actually. I believe that this is the glacial trail. My gut tells me that. Well, they're looking to be in the same general direction anyway. Grind for Arctic bow. Where would one even grind for Arctic bow? Like Mephisto? Andoriel surely can't drop it. Oh, I have 2 skill points. Oh, Arctic's bow is TC 27. A little bit higher than I thought, but that's fine. Zarfen can't resist anything but temptation. I'm not allowed to sell the ruby because I'm not allowed to trade with mercenaries. And I could technically sell in the trade window, but that seems like cheating the rules. Man, he's leveling up quickly. I just hit level... the next level. Oh, perfect. So soon my guy Emilio will have the Impaler. +3 to poison explosion. Thanks, but you can keep it. Is he wearing a Viper Magi? Me? It's not quite Skin of the Viper Magi. Oh, 3 sockets. Oh. I don't need a 3-socketed body armor yet, but eventually I do want one. Probably. Ah, you're Merc. Well, not quite. Well, it does kind of look like it. It's a crowd control armor, but it is probably time to give him something better. But I'm not sure what. I don't think we have found any amazing armors that he could have used. Oh, we found a small charm from find iteming. Find iteming. Finding items. Find item. It's similar, just not as good. Close, but not quite. But I wonder what we should do for a mercenary armor. Under usual circumstances, a random rare with some resistances and maybe a socket would be really nice for the merc. But of course, if I can't use rares, he can't use rares either. So I'm not really sure. I mean, rune words, of course. But I don't think I'm gonna make a stealth for Emilio. Especially not since I have so many uses for tail runes myself. Need to keep an eye out on Emilio. Actually, I had an idea for a, like, stream improvement idea. Now, when I look at my screen, Emilio is here, and the chat is over here. Maybe I should have the chat closer to Emilio, so I can look at chat and Emilio's health bar more easily. Min-maxing the setup. Yeah, Treachery would be great, absolutely. As would Hustle, but the runes are a bit rare to even consider. Well, nice to get the waypoint, just in case someone dies. So I don't need to run back through all of Mordor to get back. 3-socket polearm. Now that's interesting. I think the base damage is a little bit too low, and I am probably never going to be able to use a super low damage rune word instead of the Impaler we're about to put on. Regardless of my needs. Bonk. Four strength, 11 magic find. I sleep. You can make stealth already. Keeping the magic find bonus with gloves and belt. That is true, but I lose a bunch of other good stats, don't I? Like, I lose attack rating. No, I still have the attack rating, actually. Okay, interesting. Interesting. So I lose 50 life, 10 cold res, 10 dex. Well, and 10 all resistances. An interesting idea, still. But I don't think I need the run speed that much right now. It's not like I'm speedrunning past everything. But it is an interesting idea. And I do get to keep the most important stats, like attack speed, attack rating, and magic find. And 40 of the cold rest on the belt. Oh, hold on, let's see. Arctic Horn's chance. Diablo in normal, 1 in 108. Mephisto 1 in 112. Well, those are pretty good odds. Those are pretty good odds. Hi, what is the challenge? Fight without skill tree. The challenge is that every new act we enter, we spin a wheel that randomly picks a rule. And currently we have these 4 rules, these 5 rules. And as soon as we hit Nightmare Act 1, we're gonna add another one. We've had really bad luck with the rules so far. Having a really tough, you know, collection of rules. But I have to say, the game felt sorry for me. Because the loot has been really good. Like, at least for normal, you don't really need combat skills if you find a steel driver from Diablo. That's all I have to say about that. I do realize the loot lack has been insane for this run. Alright, yeah, I am players 3, and I also have 90 magic find right now. Why is it only 90? Oh, I replaced my gloves with Arctics, right. Only 90, he says. The loot goblin speaks. Only 90 magic find on my melee barbarian in normal. Unacceptable. Alright, perfect. Though, here I really want the waypoint. If you get hard stuck, will you allow yourself to do the deal with the devil and take one rule away and pick 2 more? Preferably not, but if I get absolutely hard stuck, like it is impossible to progress, I have no gold and somehow I can't kill any monsters, maybe that's more fun than abandoning the run. But I intend to not remove any rules, ever. Sorry, there was a break, can't hear you. Oh, terrible timing on that part. So let me restate the challenge. Every act we enter, we spin a wheel that randomly picks another rule from a set of like 30, and then we add them together. So currently this is the challenge. But as soon as we finish this act and enter Act 1 of Nightmare, we will add another rule on top. So the challenge gets harder and harder the further we get. Ooh, another 3-socket flail. Though I don't really need 2 malice, right? It's better to have 1 malice and a shield, I would say, in almost every circumstance.
I am overburdened. I am overburdened.
Yeah, the War Spear is level 31. Oh, convenient. He must have just hit level 31. Because, yeah, otherwise it would have been a very good idea to grind Emilio to 31 before the Ancients. And, you know, I wouldn't mind level 32 on myself either, but it looks like I will get that naturally by just fighting my way through the waypoint, wherever it is. Imagine if we could have used like leap attack. Well, if we used leap attack, everything would have been easier, but like it would be nice to have a big damage percent boost. Sneeze. I managed to hold the sneeze in long enough to make sure I landed the potion on Emilio. No. But then I got flustered when I came back. Or actually, you know what happened? I saw that this was a full rejuve and got greedy. Oh.
Evening.
Yeah, that was... It definitely would have been worth using a full rejuve to save him there. My bad. The perfect challenge for Zarfen. Magic find only. Someone said that last stream, and then there was a funny reply in chat. So basically, any of Zarfen's run. Hello, the set gear keeps pouring in. Now this is Saigon's belt, and if 3-piece Arctics is nice, a 3-piece Saigons would be amazing. I'm not willing to give up the magic find right now, but 20 life, 25 resist is really strong, and of course it has 4 rows of potion slots. This is definitely going in the stash. I don't think I'm gonna put a point into Warcry just because, I mean, the mana cost is so huge. Imagine no battle cry rule. You guys love to jinx the run. Yeah, that would be tough. Well, have I like run past the waypoint somewhere and not noticed? It could be over here, couldn't it? It could also be up here. Come on. Waypoint, please. Alright, it was right next to the entrance. And now we have a long way to walk because I went to town to resurrect Emilio. So now I don't have the town portal next to the ancient Arreat summit anymore. Oh yeah, Emilio is 31, so I should have put the weapon on him while I was in town. Oh, hello Johan. Love your videos, make me wanna play D2 again. Nice, nice. Thank you, glad you like the videos.
How may I be of help?
I don't think we need to bring this many mana potions to the fight, but we will probably want a few more health potions. Yeah, damage looks great though. It's kind of funny. It's kind of, you know, it's not really... It's a completely different... It's not a completely different challenge, but like the challenge looks completely different now. With just that one item drop. Like now we are actually fighting and not just hiding behind Emilio with Malice and Ancient's Pledge. Alright, let's see what this can do for him. 25 to 94 is actually not that much better than the pike, but fast attack speed versus very slow.
I'll put that to good use.
Actually, his max damage is exactly the same. His min damage is a bit higher, but attack speed is much better. And of course, well, not attack rating, that doesn't matter for mercenaries, I think, or does it? Anyway, 40% of open wounds. Very nice. Are we gonna keep it just in case uniques get banned? Now we do have a 2-socket polearm for like a steel or strength. Maybe not a steel, but a strength. Why would you ask Emilio's age? The constant stress of the job makes him look older than he is. Emilio does have a stressful job. I shouldn't open... I keep opening the trade window, which of course increases the chance of doing something illegal. Let's bring a few more health potions. Maybe the game thinks you just play really, really badly and gives you good loot. Oh yeah, that would be so funny. Imagine if no one ever noticed, but there is actually a hidden like a hidden difficulty scaling. So you get, if you play like a noob, the game becomes easier. And in this game, it would be by giving you better loot. That's so funny.
The guardians of Mount Arreat await.
All right. I don't think this is gonna be a problem. Of course, I can still mess up and Emilio could die, which would be unfortunate. But this looks very easy. As long as I look at Emilio's health bar and don't let him die completely. Or not die at all. I'm not sure how you die partially. Tanking Telix whirlwinds, no problems. Damn, the damage is high, yeah. 300 to 500 on the basic attack is really nice. Actually, maybe we should start pumping strength. How much does like 5 strength do? Well, it's almost 1 max damage per strength point. No, it's like 15 per strength point. 27 to 38. Alright, so it's like 11 max damage per 5 strength points. I confused myself a lot there. Yeah, I just don't think Warcry is gonna work before like a spirit or something. I mean, this is 6 Warcries. Or is Warcry really that good that you do it anyway? It's not like I'm gonna be able to stun like Lister or Baal anyway. One strength equals 1 ED, right? Yeah, as a rule of thumb, that is correct, but it depends on the weapon actually. And I actually think that mauls have a slightly higher, like 1.1 or 1 can't speak, like 1.1 or 1.2 perhaps, but I'm also not sure. But there are some weapons who scale 1-to-1 for strength, some who scale 1-to-1 for dex. Then there are some weapons who scale like 0.5 per strength and 0.5 per dex, etc. But if you want to simplify it, you could say that yeah, most melee weapons scale about 1% ED per strength. But it's also important to note that the strength ED bonus stacks on top of the ED bonus you get from skills, and you know, if you have any ED on your gear. Luckily for me, or luckily, but I don't have any skill, but like if you would use Concentrate, which adds plus 140 damage, your strength bonus would be added on top of that. So 1 strength is not as good as 1% ED on your weapon, but it's all... You can go really deep into the damage formula if you would like, but I am also not really an expert on it. But also, maybe I am getting a little bit overconfident. Maybe I need to focus on life. Warcry struggles on mana even with 2 spirit. Alright, yikes, that's bad news, but it makes sense. Because the Barbarian has a really bad mana gain. So I'm trying to rush through the rest of Act 5 because I think farming the Forgotten Tower is gonna yield so much more reward for us. Because unless rune words get banned, rune words could be a big power spike. Though maybe we're not desperate for a power spike anymore, now that we have Steel Driver. I would be surprised if Steel Driver stops working in Act 1 of Nightmare. Maybe it won't be able to carry us through Nightmare, but I mean Act 1 of Nightmare isn't that much harder than Act 5 normal. The only thing that's harder is that elites can spawn with more random stats, so you can get some really nasty combinations. Like you can get Aura Enchanted and Cursed, I think anyway, on the same monster. Or like extra strong, extra fast, Conviction, Lightning Enchanted, etc. Hello Fuchis. Yes, the disadvantages are stacked on top of each other. So this is the current stack and they are all added together. So when we make it to hell, we will start hell with 10 rules, or 11 I guess. And I mean, right now the gameplay looks alright, it looks pretty fine. But before we found the Steel Driver, things were looking super bad already in Act 3 and 4 of normal.
I can't carry anymore.
So I actually think the gameplay right now looks a lot better than it should, considering the rules we have gotten. Where did you find Steel Driver? I found Steel Driver and the Impaler, both from Diablo, on the same drop, which was pretty crazy. But it was also super cool because the Diablo fight was super grindy. Emilio died and I hit and run Diablo with Malice and Open Wounds for like 10-15 minutes maybe. So it was a worthy reward to a very grindy fight. I didn't actually even know that Steel Driver could drop from Diablo. Ooh, Serpent Skin armor. Well, that means that soon we're gonna get Skin of the Viper Magi. Alright, right. Actually, maybe I should start... I was complaining about... or not complaining, I was mentioning that Emilio's armor is starting to kind of lose relevancy. 350 defense. Let's keep the Frost armor for now. But the armor is definitely the next piece we are hoping to upgrade on Emilio. Oh, throwing spear. No, it's rare. Stupid rare. Thinking maybe for a battle cry or battle war cry buff skill. What do you say? A bow stick, like a war cry bonus to war cry spear. Man, my speaking is stopping to working already. Isn't playing Barbarian already enough of a challenge? I tend to agree to some extent, but it was also the stupid wheel that gave us the Barbarian because we rolled a random class. Which I hadn't really planned on doing beforehand, but on the other hand, I think it was fun to do because then I didn't need to make a decision what class to play. And actually, I didn't really think about this. But the fact that it was Steel Driver and not like a cool sword that dropped... Well, first off, there is no sword that can drop in normal that is close to Steel Driver, I believe. Well, maybe Rixot's Keen for the Crushing Blow. But anyway, this is a Mace class weapon, and we already had 10 points into Mace Mastery. So, you know, it fit with our build too. one socket. Ooh, another soul rune. Hello. Welcome to the team. Well, welcome to the stash. Now we can make insight and potentially also lore. 2 socket jawbone visor. But +1 to Grimward. Well, actually, making lore in this is probably strictly better than making it in that war hat that I found. But it's also not the skill I'm looking for. So this should be waypoint. No, it's not the waypoint. Oh, I'm on level 3. Did I not get the... Ooh, did I not get the waypoint? It's fine. We're gonna kill him on the first try. It's amazing. Amazing.
I am overburdened.
Oh boy. It is amazing. Well, I have not... Ooh, 3 socket war axe. Nah, I sleep on a war axe. I think that I have been a little too slack. I've been slacking too much with find item and find potion. I've been so focused on talking, on, you know, jamming or like trying to talk, respond to questions and talking to chat, that I've been playing on autopilot, which, I mean, that's a testament to how good Steel Raider is, I guess. But I should have farmed more potions now, because we don't have as many in the stats. We had to bring a fair bit out of the stash before the Ancients, and we didn't use all of them, but we used a decent amount. It's gonna, maybe it will be fine. We're not gonna run out of potions. I would be very surprised. You know, the beauty of a normal attack barbarian is that you can't really run out of mana. Or, I mean, it doesn't matter if you run out of mana, which is kind of funny. Which it's otherwise kind of a struggle with a barbarian. Mana management. Actually, what if this is 3 sockets? Now I'm complaining about not having enough potions and then drinking them all. This could be an edge bow in the future, but I don't think I'm gonna make an edge bow in a long bow for a mercenary just for the aura. With 13 TPs, I'm gonna afford myself a safety TP. Goblin toe from Baal, lock it in. Make it happen. If we get Goblin toe from Baal, I think we're making it all the way to hell. Well, it can be banned at any point. Alright, here we go. Baal's Waves. Will this stay until the next wave? That could be useful. I'm gonna back off anyway, because the next wave is kind of a pain in the ass. Oh, it does work. That's pretty cool. Oh, actually, I find item for this. Perfect. Man, they got really, their AI got really screwed by the Grimwards. That's pretty cool. Like, Grimward completely broke the skeletons. Like, they're not running, they're just standing. They don't know, it's like they have no idea what to do. That's pretty neat. So I'm gonna see if it works for the next wave as well.
I can't carry anymore.
Thanks. Thanks.
It does not seem that way. Well, it does work. Man, it's new secret tech. Grimward before the wave spawns completely screws the AI. Alright, nice. So far so good. Are there any bodies here? Oh, now I didn't have anything to do it on. Well, I can fight one wave fair and square. Famous last words, actually. I'm not gonna do it fair and square. Alright, good call out on the Grimward. I had forgotten about it completely for this stream, but it is a really good crowd control spell. But there's too many buttons to press, man. I kind of wish that war cries get banned just so I don't have to worry about them. By the way, RNGesus, I'm kidding, please don't take away my war cries. Though I am pretty sure that what's his face? Lister is immune, and the minions, they have to be immune, right? Whoops, that I didn't mean to do that. They are probably immune to that. They are immune to most forms of crowd control. Well, I'm gonna have to do it the Zarfen way. Escape, try to pull them apart, if at all possible. You can't taunt them either. Alright, Emilio, a little overzealous, but maybe you only brought a few. You brought 4. Well, 4 is not all of them, but still a few too many. Actually, Emilio is tanking them really well. And of course, we're standing with our backs against the wall, because that way, even though it looks like they're stunning us, they are not knocking us back, so they are actually not interrupting us. Running out of potions, but it's fine. Oh, Emilio is attacking Lister. Oh, here comes a 5th one. I'm not sure if I can deal with a 5th one at the same time. And now I got knocked out of position, actually. Well, this is good. Now they are spread out. But they are also knocking us back now, which is not good. Getting slapped around by Lister. A certified Diablo 2 classic. Part of the quintessential Diablo experience. I'm also completely out of health potions. Alright, I'm stuck. Help, guys, help. Alright. A little bit closer than I would have liked. Especially getting stuck there at the end. Ended up drinking quite a few. Okay, I'm going to town. I don't want to drink more full rejuves than necessary. But I did drink 1 full rejuve. And that's fine, that's completely fine. Repair armor. Oh, good call. That went better than expected. Yeah, same. I thought... I mean, I didn't really have to pull them apart like I planned to. Like, they were all still... We were fighting, like... farming ring. We were fighting a bunch of them at the same time. Shield swap for block might have been better. Oh, true. Yeah, that would have been better. I didn't think about it in the heat of battle, but it would definitely have been better, especially towards the end, where they were all hitting me and not Emilio. I should have put up the shield and open wound switch for sure. This ring, though, 31 extra gold from monsters, that is surely better than 12 magic find, right? In this very specific situation. Where do you keep the gems and skulls? I keep the topazes because they grant magic find. I probably will never use them, but maybe. And I keep the skulls because they grant life and mana in case I end up losing potions of either kind on the next roll. And I keep diamonds because they are good in sockets. I keep the perfect emerald. I keep it only because it's perfect. We got it from the Hellforge. But realistically, I'm never going to use this. I mean, even if I really want poison damage, a rune is better. The stash is looking full. Alright, let's stop greeding with magic find. And let's bring a bunch of potions. We're going to Baal, so... Right. Well, we are approaching Nightmare. Oh, I forgot there were still 3 of them alive. I actually started the fight out with my battle cries down. But it worked out. All right, here we go.
I can't carry it.
One enemy stands between us and Nightmare.
The halls of the angels.
Thank you for the good lucks. If you somehow could make peace armor, would you have the Valkyrie? Yeah, I think that peace armor might be a really good bet. And it's not that hard to make, right? Shale and Am. Well, actually, I'm counting on Emilio to inflict bleed on him, but maybe that's not enough. Maybe I need to get in there as well. Would like some visual indication. Well, I have hit him, so he should bleed now. Malice does have 100% bleed chance after all. I just thought about something. Imagine fighting Baal without Town Portal Scrolls, like it would run out completely. And he summons his clone, because the easiest way to get rid of Baal's clone is to just go to town and wait for like 10 seconds or 5 seconds, and then it will always despawn. But imagine if we can't and have to fight double Baal. Oh hey Nuclear Rabbit. Time for a Raven Frost and then drop it via the wheel. What is it up? What's up with all the jinxing today? Yes, I mean beating Baal and unlocking Nightmare is very exciting, but it will of course mean that we have to roll the wheel once again, one more rule. I would just like to point out that there are still 2 relative freebies on the wheel. Well actually, now that I've discovered how good Grimward is, there is only one freebie, because there's one rule that is no summoned minions, and Grimward, that's a summoned minion, right? What does it say? Create a frightening totem. Well, it's not technically saying anything about a summon, right? But to me it feels like a summon. But the other thing I was thinking about is no crafted items, because we're not wearing any crafted items right now, and since we can't use the cube, we can actually not ever create crafted items. So right now that would be a complete free roll, which would be appreciated. Other things like banning like lightning damage wouldn't be bad, because we only have like our only lightning damage is like 1 to 4 from a charm. For Barbarian, banning a elemental damage type is not that bad, right? Well, unless you happen to have a really good weapon that happens to have like 4 poison damage, right? And you ban poison damage. That could suck. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Let's first kill Baal. It's a good sign when, compared to Diablo, where I was quiet and not talking for like 90% of those 10 minutes, wearing him down with malice. Now I'm barely paying attention to the fight, just clobbering Baal down. 800 life and a steel driver, let's go. Nice. Ooh, Sander Superstition. I'm just kidding. A bunch of nice rares, but those are banned. I'm gonna walk over here so we don't have to listen to Baal screams when we identify loot. Grim Wand. That is Sander Superstition. No, it's not. At all, not even close. Infernal Torch. Well, even worse. At least Sander Superstition has some cold damage. This is not useful to a Barbarian. But a unique Espandon. I hope it's Spanish. But that is an exceptional weapon type. I don't actually know what it is. I hope it's good. Oh, it's this one. The one that has run speed. Holy shit, Batman. Physical damage reduction. Slows target. Isn't this amazing? Oh, it's the one with run speed. That's what I remember from a bunch of other good stats. Well, this I also the thing I remember about Crainty Vomir is that it looks like Shadowfang. Well, the loot luck continues. Look at this solo self-on Barbarian. Oh, woe is me. Should I pick? I have to pick between Steel Driver and Crainte Vomir. Nice, very nice. All right.
Greetings.
Yeah, also minus 70 defense per hit. That is also really good. We talked a little about minus defense per hit on Malice. Alright, very decked out character. I actually find it a little suspicious, and I'm the one playing it. I find it a little suspicious how much set and unique loot we're finding. just keep it on Switch, you can decide on the spot. Yeah, I could do that, but I mean, right now I have 10 points in Maze Mastery. Alright. I do, yeah, that's true. I do miss some levels. It had level 42 as a requirement. But let's do what you're all here for. Now we are in Act 2, and we're in Nightmare Act 1, and before we do anything, I need to spin the wheel. Everyone after me. Wheel, wheel, wheel. Where is it? Actually, I need to go to the bathroom. And bring a Pepsi. So I'm gonna tease you with the wheel. And I'll be back in 3 minutes. Yo, we're back. We've been playing for 2 hours and 45 minutes already. So while it felt like we smashed Act 5, it took a really long time actually. I want Zarfen to get a freebie this time. He has entertained us for 3 days in a row. Do you hear that? The wheel of misfortune. Alright, let's just spin it. No health potions, let's go. Your sword is French for fear vomit. Well, maybe I'll start calling it that. Alright, stop beating around the bush. Let's spin the wheel. Alright, I don't even know what I'm hoping for. Except no crafted. Alright, it's not gonna stop on no mercenary. It's not gonna stop on no mercenary. Nice. No! Are you fucking kidding me? Sorry, pardon my swearing. I didn't even see that. That is... I can't believe this stupid wheel. I didn't even see it too. I saw it I saw that it was moving fast enough that it would miss Mercenary, and then like, oh, summon minions next, that's fine. And then I saw it. Holy crap, man. There are like 25 other fields. Can you believe that? This is getting ridiculous, yeah. What is even the second one? It's Masteries, right? Okay, so that basically means that we need to be a singer, right? And I guess because this is... let me put the rule up first. What is it called? No combat math. This is ridiculous. This is gonna turn into a no-skill run by then. So, you know, some people have been asking me for a no-skill run, and I guess that's where this is heading. We could really have used, you know, something a little easier to give us some breathing room before, you know, to farm some nice runes and go further. Because losing the mastery, I mean, the damage is 73 extra damage percent and 23% crit chance. That's really big, don't get me wrong. Oh, consolation prize. Oh, thank you, Dave. Thank you so much for this consolation prize super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, and sorry, I am talking about the game with the wheel up. So let me start over that train of thought. All right, what I was saying is that Mace Mastery, I mean, 73 losing 73% damage and 23 crit chance, that's bad. But losing 112% attack rating, when I also can't use any combat skills, I won't have any percentage-based bonus to attack rating, so my attack rating is gonna suck. Well, as luck would have it, we still do have Emilio with Blessed Aim. Well, that is pretty huge, actually. But I mean, what's up with this wheel, man? It's rigged. And for once, it's rigged in the wrong direction. Alright, what are you saying? Oh, hey, it's Pitspawn Foul Dog, my favorite lightning dog. Yeah, I noticed it eventually. You can't see behind the wheel. I would spin the wheel 3 times and make a pool to let chat decide. It would still be the worst option, trust me. Oh yeah, exactly. Nuclear Rabbit knows attack rating is the worst thing you're losing here. I said it yesterday, if a big Zarfen smile says it all, in his element. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. I'm thinking like the only thing you can do about situations like this is laugh. But maybe this is where I thrive. I thrive in the like trenches. Oh boy. Well, I guess this means that we need to go back to normal. And I guess really I should, when a passive tree is banned, that should really come with a free stat reset, I think. But since I have one, let's do that. Because, I mean, I can't have a bunch of points in here if I'm not allowed to use it, because they're all passive. And of course, increased speed hurts a little bit. Losing natural resistance hurts a lot, actually. But alright, we can start building out our skill tree. Well, I will say it's really good for the run, right? It's really fun. It keeps the difficulty going. Oh, thank you, Bloody Hunter, for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome to the misery of the Wheel of Misfortune. And I guess we still need potions, so let's put this up to 50% again. So here's the thing. I can't believe that these two skill trees are banned. I guess if I only could pick one single skill tree with a barbarian, it would actually be Warcries. So now we have a decision. Do we go for the Warcry spec already, despite not having the weapons to support it? Or do we go like Shout and I don't like max support barbarian from Emilio? I guess I don't need to decide yet. We can farm the tower for a while and see what we get. Though I guess I need to. I probably want to equip some of my gear. How much for this? 61 dex, 73 strength. I mean, this has minus 70 defense, monster defense per hit, so this will start hitting enemies eventually, right? Also, this is a pretty good support weapon, because if I have this in a shield, I have 10 physical resistance and slows target. This is actually a really good like support weapon. I'm seriously considering being a support barbarian for Emilio. All right. Actually, let's go to 50 strength so I can wear them all. I'm probably gonna want more at some point. Then the question is, how much dexterity do I spend? Do I bother about that at all? Have you got a shield with the faster cast rate? Yes, I do have Wall of the Eyeless. Don't waste time with melee combat. Some magic rings with FCR and stealth is all you need to rock Warcry. Are you sure about that with 43 max mana? Max potion is also synergy for find item. What? Oh, I had no idea. Interesting. And I can't buy potions, that's true. Yeah, and since we're on players 3, the countess will actually drop less runes. Oh boy. Alright, I guess there's no need to stand around in town moping about what we have lost. Yeah, I can't support the mana. You wasted points on battle orders. If you go battle cry plus its synergies, you should be fine. Oh, you're saying I don't... You're not going... Do you not go battle orders if you go Warcry? I see the logic. If you stun everything anyway, you won't need battle orders. But, I mean, this does help the mana pool, maybe? I think save their 12 points for now. Because we can grind for the runes for dual spirit, but we also need to find 2 socketed swords. Well, I already invested in battle order, so let's leave that for now. And well, now I guess this is not allowed either, because I can't leave, like if I put this on, it will give me the passive, whereas if it had bash, I could just choose to not use bash. Alright, this is a playthrough. I can actually notice how much slower I'm moving, because the 13 increased run speed from increased speed was actually the only speed I had. Let's see how let's see how bad it is if I find an enemy to hit. Oh, I mean normal. Never mind. Alright, let me go and hit an enemy in Nightmare to see how bad it is. Make stealth for movement speed.
Beware foul demons and beasts.
Yeah, insight would be really good, yeah. So I have a 45% chance to hit. Oh. Man, that was so stupid. Letting Emilio die like that. Yes. So here's the thing that I was considering. Now we have 42% chance to hit.
Good day to you, partner.
If I put 5 dexterity, that goes up by 2%. Do I even care? Do I even try to go for attack rating? Or is this 100% destined to be a singer? I think either way, I can go up to 100 vitality guilt-free, and then we'll worry about the rest later. Thank you, Nichium, for the sub. Thank you, I appreciate it. Oh, sorry. I appreciate it. It is your destiny. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't hedge my bets. Maybe I should make... So here's what I'm thinking. I still get to keep some of the stats. 40% magic find. I make stealth. I lose a bunch of resistances. But then I make stealth. Go back to being a malice and ancient's pledge boy. So I run fast to have faster tower runs. And then we are gonna try and brute force. Actually, hold on. I was gonna say we're gonna try and brute force being a singer. But if I somehow make an insight for myself, and then with Emilio's attack rating bonus, man, I'm a little bit overwhelmed. Alright. On YouTube, I titled the stream today, Who Needs Combat Skills, the Cube, or Rares Anyway? This is gonna turn into Who Needs Skills Anyway? Oh, that's true. If I go for a singer, I should start picking up all the wands. Yeah, finding a faster cast rate and mana wand would be huge. Because, yeah, I've said this 3 or 4 times already, so I'm just repeating myself. But, like, finding the runes for spirit is just a matter of, you know, time. I can grind for it. But I don't really think that it's gonna be that easy to find 2 4-socketed swords. Sure, I'm down to use 1 Larsa quest to guarantee that the run is, you know, doing anything. Also, like a Bahamut's Grand Charm or whatever. Grand Charm with a bunch of mana could help a lot. I didn't stash the gear. And I didn't make... Now I'm just misplaying because I'm frustrated. Or like flustered. Okay, calm down. It's fine, things are fine. Will I ever need to make another 3-socket shield? No, Ancient's Pledge is the only reasonable 3-piece shield. Take one of the Tal runes. Tal. Double check, it's actually 2 sockets. It is. Tal. And F. Stealth. Part 1 of the plan assembled. Put the shiny new toy in here somewhere. Ditch that. Ditch 1 key. Remember to use Find Potion. You can do this. Triple Diamond Shield.
Greetings.
That's true. And then it becomes who needs potions anyway. Yeah. I mean, the problem is, if we lose potions, I mean, losing mana potions, then we can still be an Emilio boy. But if we lose health potions, how am I gonna keep Emilio alive? And what am I gonna do without Emilio? Well, there is definitely the option to make a Insight and go for Prayer plus Insight Emilio for big heals. This run got even better, it's hard to believe. If you like suffering, welcome to Christmas. My Twitch app censored longsword. Twitch app is dirty. Well, normal cows, you can actually not find 4-socketed items in normal cows. You can find items that have a high enough item level so they get 4 sockets from Larsuk. But 3 sockets is actually a hard cap on items that drop in normal. So you have to use them either via the cube, which I can't do because the cube is banned, or Larsuk.
I can't carry anymore.
And I mean, I don't want to use the Larsuk reward on a base item, but if I need to, I need to. Right?
I am overburdened. I am overburdened.
And Find Potion is really good. I mean, that basically
I can't carry
solved
anymore.
our mana problems. I think without Find Potion, this would have been an absolute disaster.
I am overburdened.
I'm not sure if I missed some enemies back there. I didn't pay enough attention. We're very different people. I hate wasting socketing quests on uniques in case I find a broadsword. If that's the case, then we're the complete opposite in that question.
I can't carry anymore.
And I picked that up again. I don't want it.
I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore.
Actually, cold damage. Crowd control. Well, the cold duration is really short, but it is something, I guess. Yeah, well, since it looks like we have to go for a Warcry focused barbarian, I actually think I would be fine with using a socketing quest on a base item. But it's also, you know, what if we want to use a socketing quest on some of Emilio's gear?
I am overburdened.
This is ridiculous. Well, I appreciate that the game is trying to make it up to me, but I'm not sure if a second steel driver makes up for it. 228 should be easy to have a better roll. 17, no, actually it's 150 to 250, so oh, I thought it, I said last time that it was 200 to 300, but it's actually 150 to 250. So this was actually a really good roll. How often do you find 2 steel drivers on a solo self-found barbarian? Are you allowed to use the cube for extra inventory space? No, I thought I was, but chat got wild when I tried to. Are you the loot goblin on YouTube? I am. Pick up the wand. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you keeping me to what I say. I said I was gonna do that more often, then I immediately forgot about it. You know, casually leaving a steel driver on the ground on a self-found barbarian run. As we do. Min-maxing, picking up 1 potion, saving and exiting the game. Going back. I need to start building up the potion supply again. Actually, I don't think we will end up in a situation where there are no enemies we can kill. So I probably don't need to save this many mana potions already, but now that we already have them, you know, it's fine. Oh, we don't even have Deckard Cane. Well, in that case, let's save the wand. Since we're not gonna be able to use a FCR wand yet anyway. We can save it until we have Cane. I just noticed that I only have 4 scrolls left. Alright, here's the thing. While playing the game and also talking to, like, you know, trying to speak at the same time, talking to chat and, you know, trying to keep things entertaining. Right now, I have too many things I also should do. I should keep the war cries up, I should use find potion, I should remember to pick up all scrolls, I should remember to identify a bunch of different items. I need to, you know, think about what the hell we're doing, like the plan in the back of my head. But now I remember the portal scroll, because now I just talked about it. Let's Bloodmore super chest farm for old time's sake. Don't worry, there will be plenty more opportunities on future challenges to farm the Bloodmore chests. Also remember Grimward. At this point, a faster cast rate and like 50 plus mana ring would be one of the best items I could find, I think. Oops, I'm pressing the wrong button. That's what I meant to do. Put up a Grimward. How was the rest of Act 5? It took a long time. We spent like 2 hours and 40 minutes in Act 5. And we didn't start Act 5 from scratch. We did a little bit of Act 5 yesterday. But it was fine. I don't think I died a single time, or maybe I did once. I don't remember. But it was alright. Got some good levels in. This is a little bit harder than I remember Act 1 of Nightmare being. Of course, we are still playing on players 3, because I'm never allowed to put the number down again. Actually, I should also probably look at blue armors. You know, for Emilio. And there are so many elite monsters, like super uniques. I mean, the damage when I hit is still really good, but actually, look at this damage number. It's only now it's 200 to 350. When I had Mace Mastery, it was like 350 to 500. So I actually think maybe I'm back on Shield and Malice duty, causing open wounds. It's also a lot safer, you know, doing a lot of things for my resistances. Alright, see ya, Nuclear Rabbit. Thanks for the good luck. I surely did it. Crystal Sword for Spirit. Well, I guess it's good to have a Crystal Sword in the bank, in case I need to use it for Spirit. But could some kind soul tell me, will a Crystal Sword that I found here get 4 sockets in the cold plains of Nightmare, or does it run the risk of getting, or will it get 5 sockets from Larsuk? Okay, thank you, Straylol. I also saw your message. He's trying 4 max. And are you sure about that? Did you look it up? Because Crystal Swords can have up to 6 sockets, depending on the item level. Bleeding gold as well. Holy crap. Unacceptable. Maybe it's time that I start, you know, not reading chat while I'm fighting. Nightmare is capped at 5 sockets, right? No, I don't think that. I don't think that is true. But I can definitely believe that Act 1 Nightmare, a Crystal Sword, will get 4. But before I use a socket quest, I would rather be sure. Oh, I don't know if it drops from a unique monster or not, actually, Straylol. I don't actually know. And that might change things, of course. That's true. You are in area level 36 now. Alright, then I think it should be fine. Something in the back of my mind tells me, as long as the item level is less than 41, I'm not sure where that number comes from, it's just back of the head. Something tells me that as long as it's not 41 or higher, it should be fine. Crystal Sword 4 sockets until item level 40. The Loot Goblin brain does know a few things that's not related directly to loot. Well, that is loot, I guess, but like to magic find numbers. All right. Players 3 does not affect it. Next rule: mandatory reading chat while fighting. All right. You can tell he's missing a lot of chat. Yeah, I am not following all the messages. There is a lot of talking going on, which is of course awesome. I assume that means that people are, you know, into the challenge and talking about what's happening. Oh, I have 7k in this tab. Alright, let's resurrect Emilio.
Hello.
Oh, it's already alive. Man, I'm such a dum-dum. And then I think the list of priorities is number 1, save the Arcane for the free identification. Number 2, farm the tower until there's a glimmer of hope on the horizon again. Light
I am
plate.
overburdened.
That's a nice base. Ooh, 3-socketed light plate. Well, we're definitely saving that. Now we have the base for a 3-socketed body armor rune word. I still want to keep this because it is a rhyme base. I still want to keep this because it is a lore base. I still want to keep this because it's a caster shield. I can throw this away. It is a potential strength base. But this is also really good. Gladius out. Yeah, I could have thrown away the Gladius. The Gladius is basically a steel base. And we're not gonna be making a steel ever. Probably. Actually, if we dual wield the Fear one Vomit and that sword. Well, actually, now that's actually an interesting point. I'm gonna finish the fight before I start talking about something else, so history doesn't repeat itself all the time.
Overburdened. I can't carry anymore.
What I was going to say is that the reason I'm keeping so many different bases is because my thinking was that if I find a really good sword, I might want to dual wield it with a 2-socket Gladius for steel. But of course, if combat masteries are out of the picture, then it doesn't matter. Then I can use 2 completely different weapons.
I can't carry anymore.
Because otherwise you really want to have the same, so you can benefit both your weapons from your passives. But if I don't have any passives, yeah, peace could go a long way. Yeah, peace is kind of, see, especially seeing that Emilio is, you know, exposed. I think that a Valkyrie could be very big. And what was that? Oh, I just saw a gray. Oh, this is bad.
Thanks.
Oh, this is really bad. I want to keep Emilio away from the Doom hack. And I wanted to put a Grim War down, but you can't put a Grim War down on skeleton corpses, apparently. I just learned 5 seconds ago. Right, good news. As long as I pay attention, it seems that we are able to fight even pretty tough elites. The bad news is, of course, that I need to pay attention to successfully beat these enemies. I'm gonna keep putting points in the battle orders for now. I double checked, and according to Diablo pages, Crystal Soul with item level 26 to 40 is 4 sockets. Nice. As long as I pay attention, is this stream's version of it's fine? Yeah. Yeah. Alright, thank you, Straylol, for also confirming. Why do you only use like 1 stash tab? I actually use 2 of them. But the other, number 3 and 4 is full of other random stuff that I can't bring myself to throwing away. Oh. Now we will have to spam random shit to distract him. I was popping in on Mr. Lama's stream late last night. I was just lurking, I wasn't typing anything. And apparently he created some channel point rewards on Twitch. I'm not exactly sure how those work, but I think you collect channel points as you watch, and then you can redeem them for stuff. And then he created a bunch of redemptions where you could, you know, play sounds based on your channel points, and people were spamming them over and over and over and over. And it looked on Mr. Lama like he regretted the decision to make those rewards. And that would be something for this stream, right? Luckily, I don't have anything like that. Oh, level 36 already. Well, at least the experience is good. Copium Deluxe. Ooh, wow. The Skeleton Archer pack, Fanaticism pack, and up here is a Conviction pack. So I'm just gonna run and hope. If I get stuck, I'm just gonna save and exit. Because this was stuff of nightmares. I can't believe I'm getting out of this alive. Well, this is a challenge, all right. But of course, to be fair, it was really, as a viewer, it was really funny to see the spam. Ooh, oh, I got through. Oh, here we go. By the way, thank you to whoever told me 2 streams ago that you should go straight ahead in the underground passage. That saved me now. One of the packs was cursed as well. Holy crap. The game really knows how to create scary situations when it tries to.
I can't carry anymore.
So now we have to find a tree. And then we'll go and try to find a waypoint in the Black Marsh, and then we'll go to grab the waypoint. Does no trade also mean no gambling? No, but indirectly it has proven that it kind of does, because I can't afford to gamble since I'm not allowed to sell. But I am technically allowed to gamble, because no gambling is its own rule on the wheel. But there's just, right now there's no chance at all that I can afford gambling, because I need to keep the gold for immediate resurrections and also, to a lesser extent, repairs. Nom 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 nom.
I am overburdened.
I do like to have one rejuve somewhere in the
Carry
belt.
anymore.
Just saw the rules. So 2 out of the 3 trees are now useless. Yep. And there were 30 total rules on the wheel to start with. And once we pull a rule, we remove it. But still, having 2 of the trees removed in 6 rolls is pretty freaking unlucky. But as I said when we did make the roll, if I was forced to pick only one of the barbarian skill trees, it would probably be the Warcry tree. That is probably the most flexible. You know, it is defensive, it boosts the mercenary, and it contains crowd control, which is so important for weak challenge characters to have some form of crowd control. Because you can never fight like 20 enemies at once when you're a weak character like this. Oh, it's been a hot minute since I found a jewel.
Thanks.
I am overburdened.
And you know, I can't craft with it, but it could potentially be decent on its own. Yeah, High Council and such I could do. Yeah, I could definitely farm gold at some point. But, I mean, when I reach Lower Crossed, sorry, Travancal naturally, I doubt that I'm gonna be strong enough to, you know, farm it. But who knows.
I can't carry anymore.
But yeah, maybe later in the game, like when we have progressed a bunch further, maybe that is, you know, maybe gambling can save us. Another unique. How much magic find am I using still? I'm still at 78, but still I'm finding so many uniques. It's a good thing that this is a streamed challenge, or everyone would accuse me of cheating. Though actually, I mean 20 to all resistances, 30 chance of open wounds, that's good, but the base damage is just inferior, and this also has open wounds. If that was lifesteal, I would have been very interested. This run seems insane. Why are you doing this? Well, that is the reason, right? It seems insane. Though when I did not expect it to get this bad this early. Like, imagine if one of those rules were like no poison damage. That's not that big of a deal on a barbarian. And then another of the rules was like no gambling. That would have been a lot more manageable. Oh, I didn't hit the tree, actually. I need to go back. How do you even land a hit? Well, I have 37, then it gets doubled. The attack rating gets doubled by Emilio's aura. And then, with some luck... No, sorry, if I miss enough,
One of a kind.
the minus 100 monster defense per hit on Malice eventually lowers their defense, so I can hit them. I would like to grab that gold pile, but I'm not gonna run into the middle of the camp. But I'll say this, making stealth instead of Arctic's fur, I mean, I missed the resistances, but that was definitely the right call, because I'm moving so much quicker now, and it's great for escaping. Alright, so here we have the Forgotten Tower. Let's find the waypoint. Actually, I shouldn't spam... I shouldn't do speedrunning portals. Well, it's fine, I have 8. Time for the classic Eldritch XP grind. We can still repeat areas, so maybe we should do that. But I would rather slowly farm the tower, because runes could be huge. Though I am realizing that farming the tower might be a bit sketchy, with how dangerous everything feels. Now I'm just really hoping that I have the waypoint on this side of the river, so it's at least somewhat decently close. I guess actually we can re-roll the map. If we get a bad Black Marsh map, it might be worth re-rolling, because I think we need to farm some rune words. Even though it is a risk to, you know, sink a bunch... Oh, nice, here we go. It is risky to sink a bunch of time into farming rune words, because we might lose the ability to use them at any point. But it is what it is. Yeah, it's rough. Oh, nice. I did find the stones. In before Rakanishu kills Emilio. Actually, we'll... And the FCR on this as well. Really nice for casting battle cries. Let's take it real nice and slow. No need to rush. Ooh. Is this gonna be a 4-socket partisan? It could be, could be a big game changer. Oh, it is! 4-socket partisan. Alright, calm yourself. Don't scream into the microphone. 4-socket partisan. An exceptional polearm that can be spirit. Holy shit. And of course, spirit grants the meditation aura. Super good. Spirit also is a great fighting stick. I actually think it's better than this, even though it has chance to open wounds. Though I see now that he can't wear it, so we're gonna have to stash it for now. Unfortunately. Come on, get your shit together, Zarfen. Can't even stash my items, but this was such a good find. I really my reaction undersells how important this is. This is probably much more impactful than 9 out of 10 of the sets and unique we found. Oh, did I say spirit? I mean insight. Yeah, yes, sorry. I mean insight. Did I say spirit? All right. This is an insight base, of course. Why can't Emilio use it? Because it requires 113 strength, and currently he only has 104. So he's like 4 or 5 levels off. But that is huge. And I mean, even if I'm not gonna end up using it, but it's not only the meditation aura, it's just such a great fighter weapon as well. Big bonus to like big ED, enhanced damage, and also big attack rating boost if you use it on your character, and also plus to critical strike as an O skill, which is kind of nuts to have on that item. If you ask me, but that's such a great find. And regardless of what we end up doing, I am sure that insight weapon for Emilio is gonna be part of it. Very, very happy with that find. Even has some magic find, it has everything. I think it also has 25 FCR. And also, yeah, it like I said, it has a big boost to attack rating. So it's really a very, very good all-around rune word. It's most famous for the meditation aura, of course. For desert mercenaries. For casters. But on a challenge run, basically, it could be good for anything. Though I really want a shield, so I'm not gonna get tempted to use it on myself, because I really think that I need to be wearing a shield. Especially when we move further into the game. For resistances, and also block. Oh, now we only have a 9% chance to block, so the block benefit is perhaps gone. Because I'm not really particularly looking to invest a bunch into dexterity anymore either. But shields are probably my best bet for getting my resistances up. Yeah, exactly. Critical strike. No. Critical strike is not a combat mastery. Come on, not even close. Now you're reaching if you're saying that critical strike should be banned because it's a passive. Now you're reaching to make things harder.
Thanks.
This is not looking great. Actually, why am I fighting Griswold? Spending all of my region potions for an optional enemy.
Kane, you've got to get out of here.
Wait for me, Kane! You bastard. Ooh, alright, that was
Hello.
intense. Can't even beat Griswold.
You have
Ooh, nice, we got a ring. Ah, it's a rare one. Screw you. Ooh, 33 to mana. 89 attack rating is very good right now. Actually, it's probably better than my Cathan's ring. Alright. And now we have some loot to ID at Kane, one wand. Didn't I have a ring as well? Oh, here it is. Unfortunate, but it was worth a try. Caster gear flowing in. Yeah, I've been throwing away all the amethysts, but that could be a way for Emilio to get the strength required for insight. Ah. True. Well, now I saved and exited the game, but I'm pretty sure there was an amethyst, like, very recently. Oh well, that's gone. But I'll try to keep it in mind for the future. Right. Oh, it's almost 3. I should be able to get a few tower runs in, but I can't stream until 4, which is when I usually stream today. So for my time, of course. Amazed with no deaths yet. Time to jinx that. Well, if there's one place where it's easy to die, it is the tower, because I will probably try to run past some enemies, so I could end up getting completely surrounded. Ooh! Door trap. Well, I can definitely feel the player's 3 rule.
overburdened.
I'm probably not high enough level to scare enemies away with a level 2 howl, but we can try. Oh, nice. Nice first level. Grimward breaks physical immunes. Does it now? That's interesting. I didn't know that, Etsy Tatsy. So basically, this works like the extra damage from Grimward is actually not like enemy damage taken. It's weirdly phrased. So really it's lowering their... I guess really it is lowering their physical resistance then. That's pretty cool. Cool tech to have. Of course, I guess it can't break elite monsters, because elite monsters do not get... hold on, I'm gonna fight and not speak. Alright, because elite monsters do not get scared away. And I only think the damage bonus applies if the enemies start to run away with like the swirly things over their heads. I have a feeling that level 3 is here, or level 4. I can't quite see it, but I have a sneaking suspicion this is where we're supposed to go. Well, the mana pool has gone up significantly, 78 mana. I can definitely feel that the mana pool situation is a lot better than when we had like 24, like 30. Ooh, this is bad. I'm gonna try to run past them. Alright, nice. And I was right. It would be very nice if we had a teleport staff. I haven't identified any staffs at all, which maybe I should have in hindsight. Because I can, of course, not buy them. Yeah, I picked up an Alpha Helm, but I think I threw it away, or maybe I was full in inventory. But Alpha Helm is Druid pelt, right? Not Barbarian. I hope so. Type in all caps if I'm wrong. Oh, that's also a nice bonus. The gold piles on the floor are a lot bigger in Nightmare than they are in normal. So now it's actually probably a decent amount every round. Oh, I'm gonna get in there and do a reduce their damage. Archers are scary now. Especially cold archers. Alright. That was a scary moment, to say the least. And actually, here's one problem with the way I'm running the tower. Since I'm running past a bunch of enemies, if I would happen to die, like for example, if I had died against that enemy, there is no chance for me to get back, so I will lose my body, I will lose all the gold I have on me, and the experience, of course. And also I need to start the run over from the start of the tower, with all enemies that I did kill back alive. Ooh, 4-socket cleaver. Though I'm not sure if there's any... I'm not sure if there is any decent rune words that you can make in an axe that are worthwhile. Just need heal, lum, Ruined, yeah. Lionheart, right? Yeah, Lionheart is great. Yeah, now I really wish I didn't have the players 3 thing for the countess. Not only is it harder, but I actually believe that the countess will drop less runes on players 3 because her special rune drop is somehow completely separate from her normal drop, and her normal drop is determined first. And if, because of players 3, for example, she decides to drop 6 items, then she won't be able to drop a rune with her special rune drop. I believe that's how it works. Which, of course, sucks. Fortitude, yeah. Alright, we're standing in fire pretty confidently. Maybe I'm actually standing between the two fires. Because it doesn't look like I'm taking that much damage at all. Yeah, I think I was standing, you know, not taking fire damage. Because I was standing not in the actual... What? Alright, this is bad. I thought a health potion would be enough, but it wasn't. But actually, as long as it doesn't die multiple times per run, my gold is going up. So
Good day.
That's something. Oh, passion. Can you make passion in an axe? Then I will pick the... Then I will pick it back up.
Good day.
90 attack rating. I don't think I will be a fighter.
Wow.
But it feels like it's worth keeping the big attack rating rings just to keep the options open. 89. Well, 90 and 125 fire damage. And now we do have one flawed amethyst for +4 strength. What would I put it in though? Actually. Oh, I don't have any potions. I need to... After we kill the countess, I need to go back through the tower and find potion. Yeah, I need to use find potion more. I got a little bit lazy, or maybe not lazy, I got a little bit flustered by having to fight so hard. Alright, here we go. 1 tier rune. And a stupid, beautiful amulet. Stupid, sexy amulet. I'm gonna identify it even though I can't wear it. Just because it's fun to see what we are missing out on. Now we're gonna go back and find potion. Maybe they all despawned actually. Yeah, it looks like all the bodies despawned. Alright, let's go next. Oh, passion is an all-weapon rune word. Interesting.
The order welcomes you.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to use Berserk, but I could certainly use... what's the other one called? Sealed. Though, it's gonna take a lot to make Seal work. Because first you need like at least +3 to all skills to make it at least level 4, so it actually has a decent amount of hits. These charms probably do not need to be here, but they can be for now. That's true. Treachery is probably a better use of a Lem rune than Passion. keep the emerald in case your mercenary needs. Oh, interesting. In case I need dexterity for a weapon in the future. Alright, that makes sense. I'll pick it back up when I go to town next time, if I remember it. Otherwise, let's hope it doesn't come up. Yeah, if we find a Lem rune, Treachery is definitely what we're making with it. And it's very... Let's not underestimate how hard it's going to be to get, you know, those specific runes like a Lem, when I'm not allowed to cube runes. I don't want to fight fanaticism monsters. I think I run a risk of losing more gold than I gain. I also don't want to fight elite archers. Not that I think it's impossible, but... I only want to fight enough monsters that I get, you know, a little bit of experience here and there. And maybe so I can, you know, farm some potions. But then I want to maximize my time spent killing the countess for runes. That is the main priority. Anything good? I don't think so. Let's run. You don't have to try very hard to not... Like, you don't have to try very hard to convince me to not fight champion ghosts and archers. Let's fight one this pack, because I do think I might need... Well, first off, they are blocking the door, so I kind of have to fight them. But I also wouldn't mind a few more potions. Oh, I can't actually Grim Ward these guys. Demon Hide Sash. Yeah, there were a lot of potions in that super chest, but it was also surrounded by dangerous enemies. I'm doing so little damage. Well, to be fair, I do have my weak switch out. I do more damage with Steel Driver. But I definitely think having the shield out on main and then swapping in Steel Driver when the opportunity arises is the correct play. Oh, I'm out of rejuves. Alright. Well, I do have rejuves in town, but... You know what? I'm gonna start using Find Item more again. Because now I have a lot more mana. At least against the elites. Oh yeah, and I should find item ghosts in general as well for rune and charm drops and stuff. That armor was the exact same that Emily was using, but better. Well, almost. It was a chance to cast Nova, and his current one is chance to cast Frost Nova. Otherwise I would have swapped for sure. At least I think it was. Actually, in general, I should probably always find item the elites, and then use find item, find potion on other enemies. Gold find! Let's go. Well, it's time to say goodbye to 1 to 3 cold damage, 15 poison damage over 4 seconds, 1 to 4 lightning damage. Res and gold fine I will keep. Oh, don't start fighting yet. I'm not done. I'm not ready. I would like it if you moved out of the fire immediately. Okay, here we go. We need a better countess strategy, because each countess fight is really scary. A rail rune is good, but we do have lots of rail runes, and we can unfortunately not cube them. Lol, no combat masteries. I agree. I agree with that assessment of the situation. We have tons of rejuves, so I shouldn't be afraid to use them.
Good day.
I get that. I don't even want to look at it. I don't want to see what I'm not allowed to equip. Emilio's first to the fight. Well, sometimes, yeah, he compensates by sometimes not fighting at all. Have you put the runes into the partisan we have? I didn't, because since he can't use it yet. Well, you know what? That would save stash space, and it would make it so I don't, you know, misplace something into it when I shuffle my inventory around, so it's probably a good idea to make the insight, actually. You're completely right. I just joined. Why is he using up his mana with shouts? What else would I do to use up my mana with? Or do you mean I spam them too often? I don't mind using a bit of mana to make sure they are always up. Because when in the heat of the battle, I am not able to keep track of what's up and not, so I would rather just make sure they are up. And like, when I enter a new floor, I cast them, because now they are refreshed, and then if I get into a long battle now, they are more likely to last for the entire battle if I get distracted with other things.
I am overburdened.
So basically, I would rather waste a mana potion than fight underprepared. Even in Act 1 of Nightmare.
I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore.
Hoping for a staff with teleportation charges. Though actually, if I were to find a staff with teleportation charges, I would never be able to afford to repair it. Because even a completely plain staff of teleportation with like 33 charges costs like 70 something K to repair once fully. Oh, here we have the countess strategy. Nice and safe. Alright. Well, it seems like we have the countess grinding routine on lock.
I can't carry anymore.
Well, there should be like, yeah, there's one here. We can fight the countess and one Darkstalker. Come on, Rune. Another stealth. And actually, we do need Tal runes. Oh, I shouldn't have opened a portal. I should have saved and exited.
Good to see you.
Well, now I can pick up that emerald. Oh, that was in another game. Sorry about that. Light radius. So let's make the insight just to free up some space. Rel. Tier. Who put an if rune here? Who's trying to screw me over? Where's the Tal rune? Maybe I didn't have a Tal rune. Rel. Tier. Well, I do now. Maybe I never had a Tal rune before. That's scary that I put it in the wrong. Okay. Rel. Tier. Tal. Sol. Level 17 meditation, perfect. 255 ED, I think that's a really high roll. Plus 6 to critical strike, that's the max roll. Holy crap. Goated the insight roll. Man. This is the dream. These are the rolls you like dream of when you roll in your ethereal great poleaxe and stuff. Man, that's an amazing roll. What's the max on the ED? 260 is max. Holy crap. This might be the best insight I have rolled. Of course, it's an exceptional base, so it's not you know, it's not for the Hall of Fame, but absolutely crazy roll. Damn. Very happy with that, obviously. But that will unfortunately... The first and the fourth row is a Tal. Oh, here it is. Yeah, it had sneakily swapped places somehow. Okay, good. Well, that will unfortunately mark the end of this stream. But this is a very high note to end on, so I think next time we will continue to grind the countess for runes. I would say we are going for at least one spirit. Emilio will put that to good use, that's for sure. Alright, thank you so much everyone for hanging out today. This was a super fun stream. I had a great time, and I have a great time with this challenge in general. So I guess, if all goes well, we'll continue this on Monday. And until then, I wish you a nice weekend. And yeah, take care, and I'll see you next time when we continue this really funky challenge. It is sailing up there towards like the top of my favorite challenges I've done. Alright, see ya, take care everyone. Have a really nice weekend.